rest on. Catapult party attention. Catapult party outwards. Turn. Catapult party rest on.
Please be seated. I would now like to introduce the President of the Townsville RSL, Mr. Wayne Preedy, ESM, to give the opening address for today's Anzac Day dawn service.
Good morning, fellow veterans, servicemen and women, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you, Francis, for acknowledgement of country. I'd now like to acknowledge the following VIPs and dignitaries joining us here today. The Mayor of the City of Townsville, Councillor Jenny Hill, a veteran. The Honourable Philip Thompson, OAM, Federal Member for Townsville, a veteran. The Honourable Senator Susan McDonald, State Senator for Queensland. The Honourable Scott Stewart, MP, Member for Townsville. The Honourable Les Walker, MP, Member for Mundiborough. Brigadier David McCammon, DSM and BAR, Commander of the 3rd Brigade. Wing Commander Naomi Gill, RAF Base Townsville Commander. Commander Chris Kerr, Navy. RSL Queensland State Vice President, Mr Bill Whitburn, OAM. Councillor Liam Mooney. Queensland Police Service Acting Deputy Commissioner Mark Wheeler, APM. Queensland Fire and Emergency Services Acting Assistant Commissioner Mr Michael O'Neill. Queensland Ambulance Service Deputy Commissioner Carrie Bourne. This morning in the pre-dawn, we gather in our garrison city to pay tribute to the brave men and women who have served our nation and to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice in defence of our freedoms and way of life. May we remember the Anzacs who landed on the beaches of Gallipoli on the 25th of April 1915 and paid tribute to the thousands of Australian and New Zealand soldiers who fought and died there. Anzac Day is a time for reflection, for remembrance and for gratitude. It is a day when we honour the courage, the sacrifice and the selflessness of our Anzacs, who left their homes and families to serve in far-off lands, often in difficult and dangerous conditions, and who fought to defend our values of democracy, freedom and justice. We also remember the contributions of our servicemen and women who have served in conflicts and peacekeeping operations since then. And we acknowledge the continued service and sacrifice of our Defence Force personnel that enable us to enjoy the freedoms we have each day. Today we honour the memory of our Anzacs by renewing our commitment to the values and ideals they fought for. Let us also take a moment to remember those who have served and sacrificed for our nation and to be mindful that not all service personnel return unscathed and sometimes their wounds may not be visible but are within. Never forget their contribution to our country and our freedoms.
Thank you, Wayne. I now invite Councillor Jenny Hill, Mayor of Townsville, to provide the welcome address.
Thank you. And thank you, Uncle Francis, for that welcome and acknowledgement to country. Could I acknowledge all the dignitaries who are here today and thank them for their attendance? On the 25th of April 1915, some 20,000 soldiers of the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps landed under fire on the shores of Gallipoli. The legend of the Anzacs was born by their actions in the 8 months of occupying the Gallipoli Peninsula. Courage, endurance, initiative, discipline and mateship were the hallmarks of the spirit of the Anzac. At this dawn service for this Anzac Day, I would like to take time to acknowledge the men of the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion. 80 years ago, the Torres Strait community joined the ranks of the AIF against the Japanese when war was declared in December 1941. By war's end, more than 880 men volunteered to be part of the regular AIF. It remains as the only Indigenous battalion ever raised as part of our Defence Forces. And to this day, many of the descendants from this unit parade with 51 Far North Queensland Regiment. The men and women of these islands had a sense of duty and pride, seeking to defend, and they also understood the themes of mateship, just like those who leapt off the boats in Anzac Cove 28 years earlier. On the 11th of January 1973, 50 years ago, the formal declaration of Australia's participation in the Vietnam War ended when the Governor-General issued a proclamation. We should take the time today to remember some of those people who, from our city, our shores, went to serve in this conflict more than 50 years ago. Men like Clement Bill Coolborough exemplified the spirit of the Anzac. He had joined the army in 1964 and became a sapper. He served in Borneo, Malaya, Vietnam and Singapore. He served with 3 Field Troop Royal Australian Engineers in Vietnam and later with the 3rd Combat Engineer Regiment at Laverack Barracks in Townsville. He was one of the original tunnel rats. He was a part of a team that had discovered a network of tunnels in Cu Chi district north of Saigon. Their job was to clear those dangerous tunnels with just a pistol, a torch, and maybe a gas mask, and then destroy them. Because of their size, these soldiers could barely manoeuvre in the narrow confines. It was dark, dangerous work, encountering scorpions, snakes, but also booby traps and landmines. These men would literally grovel through these tunnels chasing the VC. Bill was described by his comrades as a larrikin, a prankster, a brave soldier and a mate. Twice injured, first with a booby trap went off in some bags of rice, but the second time he was saved by his best friend. George Snow Wilson and Bill met as 19-year-olds in the army. Their friendship continued for the rest of their lives. They called themselves twin brothers. When Bill needed a kidney transplant later in life, When Bill needed a kidney transplant later in life, Snow gave him one of his, because that's what mates did. These stories have a similar theme, from the first AIF in Gallipoli to the islands at the tip of Australia and to those who went to Vietnam and to today's men and women of our Defence Force. Lifelong mates are a part of military service, and mateship is about providing unconditional support to one another amid the toughest of conditions. I welcome those veterans and their families who are here in dawn's light to remember the mates who are no longer with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. We will now ask our keynote speaker, Brigadier David McCammon, DSM and Bar, Commander 3 Brigade, to deliver the Anzac Day Dawn Service Address.
Well, firstly, thank you to Uncle Francis for that welcome to country. I'd also like to acknowledge the Mayor, the President of the RSL, those distinguished guests that have already been mentioned, all those who have made the effort to come out so early this morning, and in particular, service personnel and veterans of the ADF, and our health fraternity and emergency services that are with us today. This year, I'm especially pleased to be in Townsville for Anzac Day, the proud home of Australia's largest garrison, with its rich fabric of soldiers, veterans and their families. Home of the 3rd Brigade, the brigade that was first ashore in 1915. Also, home of the RAF base, which played a crucial part in the defence of Australia during the Second World War. I have mentioned it often, how much of a privilege it is to serve in Australia's largest garrison town, and be very fortunate for the support we receive. This is no more evident than this morning when I look out across a huge crowd, up so early to acknowledge the service of others. As we reflect on Anzac and what it means not only to the ADF, but also what it means to the communities and our nation, it makes me feel very blessed to be an Australian and to get to live in what is often called the lucky country. Working out at Laverack, it's not difficult to find inspiration in what those who went before us did in time of conflict. Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to be the reviewing officer for 3RR's Kapyong Parade, and I made special mention of Captain Reg Saunders, a veteran of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd AIF, who fought both in North Africa and New Guinea. Also importantly, Reg was the first Indigenous soldier of the ADF to be commissioned. And during that conflict, during Korea, at the Battle of Kapyong, he commanded no less than 200 soldiers. History of service is strong within Townsville. The 3rd Brigade, the All-Australian Brigade, as I mentioned, was first at Gallipoli. An interesting brigade when formed. It was recruited from many states across the country, as opposed to the original 1st and 2nd Brigade, who were exclusively recruited from the New South Wales for the 1st Brigade and Victoria for the 2nd. For this reason, the official historian C.W. Bean called 3rd Brigade the All-Australian Brigade. The brigade landed at 4:18 on the shores of what is now named Anzac Cove. And I think it's best that I rely on Bean, the official historian, to give an accurate assessment of that landing. He wrote his first dispatch to the Australian Prime Minister soon after the landing, in which he wrote, "It's long been known that the 3rd Brigade, consisting of Queenslanders, South Australians, Western Australians and Tasmanians, had been chosen to make the first landing. It had left Egypt many weeks before and had landed on Lenos Island, where the troops were thoroughly practised at landing from ships and boats. It was 18 minutes past 4 on the morning of Sunday the 25th of April when the first boat grounded. So far, not a shot had been fired by the enemy. The commander of the brigade's orders were that shots, if possible, were not to be fired until daybreak, but before that, the business was to be carried through with the bayonet. The men leapt into the water, and the first of them had just reached the beach when fire was opened on them from trenches on the foothills which rise immediately from the beach. Bullets struck fireworks out on the stones along the beach. The men did not wait to be hit, but wherever they landed, they simply rushed straight up the steep slopes. Other small boats, which had been cast off from warships and steam launches which towed them, were digging for the beach with their oars. The 3rd Brigade went over the hills with such dash that within 3/4 of an hour of the landing, some had charged over 3 successive ridges, each ridge higher than the last. Each party that reached the top went over with wild cheers. The brigade went on to serve the remainder of the war with distinction. By the end of the war, the 4 battalions of the brigade had suffered almost 14,000 casualties alone, with each battalion having a casualty rate of about 300% by war's end. In World War II, our city's RAF base played a crucial role in the defence of Australia. Number 75 Squadron formed at Townsville and deployed to Port Moresby on the 17 days later. 75 Squadron continued an unequal fight against the superior Japanese numbers alone until the US began to arrive. When it returned to Australia on the 9th and 10th of May, it returned with only 2 aircraft. During its 6 weeks, it claimed 35 enemy aircraft, destroyed 58 damaged, with the loss of 12 of its own pilots. The expeditionary nature of our Air Force contingent remains relevant today, with units such as 383 Squadron commanded by Wing Commander Chris Johnson remaining ready to deploy forward at a moment's notice. As we pause today and reflect, it is worth remembering that soldiers of the 3rd Brigade remain deployed in our region right now. Our biggest commitment's 1RAR's mentoring training team, who are currently in New Guinea, away from families and friends in the service of our nation. Soldiers from 5 Aviation, 3 CR and 10 FSB have recently returned from relief operations in Vanuatu. The continued service provided by the Army and Air Force within Townsville remains fortunate to live in Australia's largest garrison town. Much of what we do couldn't be done without the support of the community around us. We're fortunate to live in a city that gets crowds like this in front of me this morning. People who get up early in the morning at dawn to acknowledge our service personnel. For this reason, I'd like to highlight a few of the most important values I think Anzacs gave our country: mateship and volunteerism. By the end of the war, the Australians were the only non-conscripted force on the Western Front. Right up until the end of the war, Australians volunteered in the service of their country, already understanding the horrors they would face. We have seen this value of volunteerism come to the forefront of Australia in recent years. Whether it's floods, fire or COVID, the amazing work of our emergency services, police, fireys, health workers have reflected the Anzac and the Australian spirit. Australians with little have offered what they have to their neighbours. That is the true value of mateship. So I'd like to finish in publicly acknowledging the support the community gives and acknowledge those many other workers in the community that work for us that often goes unnoticed. Thank you for your service, and lest we forget.
Thanks to Brigadier McCammon. I now invite the Right Reverend Dr. Keith Joseph to come forward and lead us in prayer.
We are gathered here this morning as the dawn breaks to remember the sacrifice of the men of Australia and New Zealand who lived, fought and died together 108 years ago at Gallipoli. We also remember the sacrifice of the men and women of Australia and New Zealand and our allies in other conflicts and in keeping the peace over the last century. This year in particular, we remember the 80th anniversary of the raising of the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion. We know at this time of international tension and war that peace is hard won and that we must always be ready to serve and to sacrifice. Jesus said, "No one has greater love than this, than to lay down one's life for one's friends." Therefore we now pause in the stillness of the early morning and pray. O God, our ruler and guide, in whose hands are the destinies of the nations, we remember those who laid down their lives so that we might enjoy freedom and peace. We pray for all those who mourn and suffer yet from war. Make us a people zealous for peace, and hasten that day when nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither learn war any more. This we pray in the name of the one who gave his life for the sake of the world, Jesus Christ our Redeemer. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop Keith. We now ask you all to share in a period of personal reflection as Corporal Jacob Curo and musician Liz Cherry perform Amazing Grace. The wreath laying ceremony will now commence. Please wait for your organisation to be called. The City of Townsville, Mayor Jenny Hill. Representatives of Navy, Army and Air Force. Vietnam Veterans Association, Veterans Support Centre, TPI Association. RAF-based Townsville Indigenous Liaison Officer, Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion, Naval Association, 1RAR Association, RAF Association Townsville and RAF Association Queensland. 31st Infantry Battalion Association, National Servicemen's Association, Diggers Motorcycle Club. Descendants of World War I and World War II veterans, descendants of POWs, Korean and British Commonwealth Occupation Force Association, and descendants of recent conflicts. Representatives of federal and state government. Queensland Police Service, Queensland Ambulance Service, and Queensland Fire and Emergency Service. Department of Veterans Affairs and Open Arms. Townsville Legacy, Defence Families, and Townsville RSL Women's Auxiliary. Any other military units or ex-service associations wishing to lay wreaths? Heads of churches. Townsville Enterprise, North Queensland Cowboys, Townsville Chamber of Commerce, and James Cook University. All school representatives who wish to lay a wreath. Other members of the public wishing to lay wreaths. The Townsville RSL President, Mr. Wayne Preedy, ESM, will now lay the last wreath on behalf of the Townsville RSL. I would ask you all to please be upstanding, if able, for the Ode to the Fallen. This will be recited by Warrant Officer Class 1, Robert Munro, Regimental Sergeant Major of the 3rd Brigade. Following the ode, the last post will be played, followed by a minute's silence, the Piper's Lament, and conclude with the playing of Reveille.
They went with songs to the battle. They were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end, against odds uncounted. They fell with their face to the foe. They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them, lest we forget.
Could you all please remain standing for the singing of the New Zealand and Australian national anthems, led by musician Liz Cherry. Please be seated. We now ask the Right Reverend Dr. Keith Joseph to lead us in the Lord's Prayer, followed by the benediction.
I invite those who wish to join with me in the traditional version of the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Loving God, bless our nations so that we may walk in paths of peace and justice and be a light to the world. and bless all gathered here that they may know your love and serve each other. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon you and remain with you always. Amen.
On this 108th anniversary of the Anzac Day Dawn service, the Townsville RSL President, Mr. Wayne Preedy, ESM, the RSL Board, Management, and all members of the Townsville RSL Sub-Branch would like to thank the following for their assistance. Our keynote speaker, Brigadier David McCammon, DSM and Bar. Townsville City Council Representative, Councillor Jenny Hill. Our Padre, the Right Reverend Dr. Keith Joseph. The Ode, recited by Warrant Officer Class 1, Robert Munro. Catafalque Party, members from the 3rd Combat Engineer Regiment, Australian Army, and 1 Expeditionary Health Squadron and 27 Squadron of the Royal Australian Air Force. Flag orderlies from the 3rd Combat Engineer Regiment. Bugler, Sergeant David Wood. Our Piper, Michelle Hodder. The choir and conductor from the Townsville Choral Society. The band of the 1st Battalion, Royal Australian Regiment, led by Officer Commanding Major Andrew Ryder. The Townsville City Council Protocol and Events team. All other participants who have contributed to this commemorative service. On behalf of the Townsville City Council and the Townsville RSL, we thank all of you for your attendance, including those who took the time this morning to live stream the dawn service. Keeping with tradition, we invite you all to the Townsville RSL for the gunfire breakfast. A reminder that the parade will commence at 9 a.m, leaving from Strand Park. The parade form-up is at 8:30. Please ensure you leave yourself enough time to get to your start point. We now ask you to stand, if able, and remain where you are until the Catafalque Party have dismounted.
Catafalque Party inwards, turn. Catafalque Party, quick march.
The 2023 Anzac Day Dawn service has now concluded. We hope you enjoy the rest of today's events. Thank you for your attendance.
guys later.
See you, Shane. See you later. Okay. We'll catch up with the chairman and we'll see you later on.
Why not?
burger alarm goes off. I'm gonna go back here and just play. Very short. Yeah. Maybe a coffee shirt. indeed. Just pull this one down here. This one or the three? Yeah. Okay. This one, how get Alex and take him down to the march end.
said that was fucking over here.
Oh, finishing here today, I'd be leaning more towards 5:30. Disappointed.
Oh, yep. So, it was still auto record. Yeah, but they're taught.
Should be on. Yeah, Gary's just going over there now. There's a lot of cables on this job. Oh, there's not a lot of gear, really. There's just a lot of cables.
ABC team and Major John Lavery, retired, will be providing the commentary. Who's marching and all of the history
What's
that's on
happening?
show.
Yes, yes. And of course, we'll have the fly past as well at about 9:20 as well, which excited to see as well.
You'll hear that.
Morning's Anzac Day dawn.
This fella here. Step back in. I wasn't powered. Isn't now. Subwoofers gone, stop. Subwoofers gone on this side. Go to the other side as well. Alright, both subs are unplugged.
When there's in excess of probably 10,000 people turn up at the crack of dawn. Support we continue to get.
And people of all ages, families, young kids, it was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't that one of the best parts this morning, was seeing those school kids come together?
Just tell us a little bit more about why those things were so important to talk about this morning.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of unsung heroes in the Australian community. I mean, our police forces, emergency services, fireys, paramedics, day in, day out, are working for the community, and I just wanted to make sure that they were recognised for all that they do for us. But it's also all the people that do things that go unnoticed, whether it's working for a charity, it's helping out at schools. It's all those great little things that make Australia such a great country and makes communities strong. And we're a very fortunate country for having people like that. And as I said this morning, we've seen the
what Dan got used. down the street, like, have a listen. What?
Fantastic to see you again, Pat, for another exciting year. A little bit drier this year than it was last year.
That's right. I think it's just at the time of year where here in North Queensland we can get all sorts of weather conditions. We can have the longer lasting summer. There have been years where I've been warmer than would be comfortable, I should say, wearing the jacket and everything else. But there have also, yes, as you say, last year we got a bit damp, and there have been times where it's actually been quite cool as well, because winter had chosen on particular occasions to start a little bit earlier. I think we've got the middle ground pretty well under control today, if this is anything to go by. Now, today we can see around us a number of things. We can see a number of the Bushmasters that are parked out there taking pride of place. But we've also got some of the other hardware that is around the place. Not to mention the emergency services who are partly here because of the Anzac Day and wanting to be a part of that, but of course on a day like today you can see the AMBOs around helping out if there's anyone who needs assistance, police doing a similar thing, plenty of marshals and maybe even the occasional SES orange shirt to point people in the right direction, although at this very point in time most of those people will be in Strand Park. We've just gone 1 minute past 9, John, so that means that they're on their way down here, assuming, and there's no reason not to assume, that they've left on time.
I would certainly hope so, Pat. And obviously we're going to have a fly past shortly.
That's right. You'll know about that one. We've had, mostly in recent years, it's been aircraft, fixed-wing aircraft. So there hasn't been a huge amount of noise associated with that, though. But considering we're going to have the Taipans and the Chinooks coming past, I'm pretty sure we're going to know they arrive before we can actually even see them. So that'll be something to look out for. Now, you've, John, been spending some time, as you do, at Army Museum North Queensland as a former manager there. Now you're back as a volunteer, but you were also telling me the other day about some exhibitions that are currently running at the P1 huts that are essentially across the road from the Army Museum at Jazeen Barracks. So right on Kissing Point, which was up until relatively recently an active army base, but these days it is largely ceremonial, except that it has pride of place on the headland is the Brigadier's house, which is also just a stone's throw from the places we're talking about. But the P1 huts, you wanted to mention some of the exhibition that's been there because you've had a good look at that yourself.
Yes, Pat. Look, it was I was invited to open the museum up, and it was a tribute to Anzac Day. There was 86 exhibits by 19 artists, and I gave a talk about the spirit of Anzac, and I think it's important that there's 5 values of the spirit of Anzac. I think in this modern day we tend to think that it's an intangible thing. Well, I tend to disagree. I think those 5 values, courage, initiative, discipline, endurance and mateship, are still there alive and well, and we see that in a lot of our organisations, not just defence, we see it in the hospitals, we see it with nurses, doctors, police, paramedics, ambulance, CES, and I think they still exist because we've been involved with cyclones, floods and bushfires, and we come together as a country as one to obviously help out. What does Australia stand for? Well, it stands for, correction, I'll get that right in a minute. What does Anzac stand for? It stands for the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. And why do we commemorate on the 25th of April? Well, it marks the first major military action that two countries fought together in World War I. We rushed. Australia had only been federated in 1901, and on the outbreak of war, our young men from the ages of 18 to 44 came from all walks of life, out from the tiniest cities, tiniest towns out west to the cities, and they walked. Some on walking, some on push bikes, some on horses, drays, just to get to the recruiting office to sign up. And I'm wondering why they signed up, and it might have been because of mother country, it might have been an adventure for them, but I think that once they got overseas to those horrendous conditions, they might have maybe changed their mind. Our first task force as the Anzac Corps was with Allied troops seizing the Dardanelles by land and push on to Constantinople, which is these days named Istanbul. If you can imagine the landing pre-dawn, sitting in a barge, a boat, small boat, with all your mates huddled together, bloody cold.
And the Brigadier was talking about this in his
Yes.
Anzac address, which was at the dawn service this morning as well, just talking about the fact that they were under orders not to fire. They were trying to sneak in under the cloak of darkness and wait for the break of day before they really started to launch into battle. But of course, ultimately they didn't get to make that choice on their own.
No, and you're dead right. And of course, they got off and they were faced with a series of cliffs in front of them, so they had to fight uphill, which is a very hard thing to do, as our veterans would understand. The first 24 hours, they did very well. They got right up near the top, and they could probably even see the Dardanelles in the distance. But by the time the campaign had finished, just a couple of figures, 87,000 Ottoman soldiers and 44,000 Allied troops, remembering there was Indians, British, New Zealanders, even from Newfoundland. But Australians lost 87,000 died, and New Zealand 2,779, and approximately thousands of injured in a terrible from loss of life from disease, not just from battle, but from disease. Just a quick stats on the World War I at the end, and I think this is very relevant. Australia lost over 62,000 died from various reasons, gas, shell, shot and disease, and 156,000 were taken prisoner, gassed or wounded. To put that in perspective, that's the population of Townsville, so just think about that. And in New Zealand, 16,000 died and 41,000 injured. But the thing that amazes me about it, Australia and New Zealand had the highest number of casualties per percentage of population throughout the world. Australia was 64% and New Zealand 59%, out of a population of 4 million for Australia, and over 416,000 people enlisted, and that was 38.7% of the population.
Those numbers are quite incredible. If you talk about 4 million as a population and 400,000 plus people enlisted, it's extraordinary. Like, we just can't even begin to comprehend those numbers in today's world, and honestly, we don't want to, do we?
We don't, Pat. Now, that was the birth of a nation. Now, I know we were built in 901, but that was the birth of a nation, defence-wise, and coming together with New Zealand. Now, since then, we've been involved with many other wars. Southeast Asia, famous places like the Keynote track in World War II. 38,000 Australians died and over 72,000 were wounded throughout World War II. Korea, 339 killed in action, 15,000 wounded. Vietnam, 523 killed in action and 2,000 wounded. Iraq, 4, and Afghanistan, 41 and 261 wounded. And it's interesting to note that there were all those conflicts, as well as peacekeeping and peace monitoring. We've been with our friends, the New Zealanders, hence Anzac. While the veterans of World War I and World War II are no longer with us, their spirit is still here. And you'll see that as the parade proceeds. You'll see the veterans' descendants of our past veterans, current veterans, marching proudly and wearing their medals. To me, that's a very moving day.
Now, John, there are a couple of groups in particular that we will draw attention to today, and I guess there's a chance for us, before the parade arrives at this end of the Strand, to dwell a little bit more on that. It can happen pretty quickly when they're moving past here, but there are a couple of groups in particular, starting, I guess, with the Vietnam veterans who are going to be taking the honour of leading the parade today.
Yes, they'll be formed up as one group today, Pat. They won't be in their individual units. And they'll be marching behind unit banners or associations such as the Australian Army Training Team or battle groups or even minor units. They're marching as one group, and I think that's very important. First time that our Vietnam veterans are leading the parade, and I think it's long overdue, and I commend them, and I think it's important that their recognition. It's interesting to note that one of the people marching in that parade will be the daughter, a Miss Nikki DeSally, and she's the daughter of the OC of 161 recce fight in Vietnam, and he was killed in action, shot down, returning from operations at the Battle of Coral. So she'll be marching there today, wearing her dad's medals.
The other group that is going to be highlighted today, significant anniversary and milestone, and that'll be the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion. And this is quite a unique story about this group and the way that that they came together, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. They were the only battalion, Indigenous Australian battalion, ever formed by the Australian Army. And they're celebrating or commemorating their 80th anniversary this year, and there is a magnificent display up at the Army Museum North Queensland. I thought I'd get a plug in, Pat, reference the Army Museum North Queensland. They're open today from 10 o'clock this morning till 2 in the afternoon, and I would encourage people to go up and just have a look at the history, not just the Torres, but the whole history of virtually Army North Queensland. And there's other museums here too, the RAF Museum, etc. But it gives you some perspective on why we're called a garrison city.
Most definitely does. And as you mentioned, those P1 huts that are adjacent to the Army Museum, while you're there, well worth a look as well.
Oh, correct.
My name's Pat Hessian, here with you today on the Strand in Townsville, and alongside me, Major John Lavery, retired. And we are about to see the first of the units. Of course, we'll have a number of vehicles that precede them, but we'll have them coming through in the next couple of minutes. We can actually just see them in the distance coming towards us at our vantage point, just between Tobruk Pool and Anzac Park. We can see them essentially just on the other side of Tobruk Pool now, so we're probably only 100 metres away from where we are. Directly across from us, I can see the Mayor of Townsville, Jenny Hill, and I can also see the reviewing officer today. That's an important role, isn't it, John?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they pay respect. The reviewing officer stands there. It's a two-way street. They'll do an eyes right, and the reviewing officer will salute, and he'll hold that salute. He'll probably have a sore arm, I think, after a while, but he'll be right.
That's right. So today it's Brigadier David McCammon who's going to be taking that salute, and even if you're not able to be here with us in person but listening, you'll be able to hear that come through. From time to time the microphones will pick up one of the commanders or the unit leaders telling everyone to put eyes right. I'll get the terminology wrong there. You can correct me on that one, John.
No, you're right.
And even you'll see the school kids when they come through at the tail end of the parade. They'll be asked to take their hats off as a sign of respect as well. So we have a couple of police vehicles here, and I can see immediately beyond them, as you'd expect, we've got a number of military vehicles that'll be coming through, and the light horse once again out in front. My eyes aren't good enough just yet to be able to see how many horses there are. I can see one, but I'm not sure if there's more than that, John.
No, in fact, it's interesting. There's a light horse on this parade. There's also a light horse element also on the Whangarra parade this morning. It's a non-profit organisation, and it aims to preserve that very important history of our Australian light horse and its predecessors. Riding today are two members of the Australian Light Horse, Association, Deborah Carlson and Melissa Newsom. So once again, they're here every year, and I think it's very good to look on that and just see how we used to operate compared to, say, the vehicles that are driving past now.
Most definitely. We had those vehicles who were there parked, but now that the parade itself is coming along, we can see that they are moving through, and we can also see overhead quite spectacularly a couple of Chinooks and a couple of Taipans, I think. Can't quite see the full view just yet, but you'll hear them, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're in formation there, Pat. There's two CH-47s and two MH-90 Taipans, and as you'll say, they're quite noisy. So, yes, one of the horse got a little bit spooked, a bit too noisy and for him, and such a long noise, but well handled.
Very well handled. So yeah, I think we had 3 Chinooks there actually, and 2 of the Taipans. A spectacular sight, and definitely a bit more time to savour that as they come through compared to the fixed-wing aircraft. Fantastic. So we now have our light horse coming past, first past the post, and then followed by our historic vehicles, the military vehicles, a number of motorcycles, and then a number of jeeps and other vehicles. I think most of them are jeeps, but there are occasionally a couple of different variations on the theme as they come through.
There's old Dutchie in there. G'day, Dutch.
For many years, we'd be riding the motorcycle, but the last couple of years in the sidecar, and still loving every minute of it by the looks. Big wave coming from Dutchie.
Yeah, this Military Historical Vehicles Club was formed in 1981, and it's to preserve ex-military vehicles. You'll see a lot of these vehicles, ex-American, Australian, and different tax signs. Beautifully done.
And I think they've done a very good job this year in listing out on the front of each of the vehicles. There's a sign that says who they've got on board, which is an extra way to draw attention to who you've got there, and we can see them waving and waving their flags as well as they come through. So once again, they are out in full force. I know there are occasions where there's the opportunity to see them up close. We don't actually get a chance to see them in action all that often. By that I mean, John, usually they're parked up and open for inspection, and you can talk to the owners and they'll tell you some of the story. But to see them cruising through in a formation like this is a little bit different. Of course, many of them have the... it's one of the strange things around Townsville that occasionally you will see one of these vehicles with the left-hand drive signage on it as well, just as you're going about your business in traffic. But again, they don't look quite so different when they're all coming through with the left-hand drive today. And the beauty of it is, Pat, they go to all the activities in Townsville. They're part of the Townsville community. They even often are there stationary at the Army Museum North Queensland, so people can actually see, talk to the owners and get an idea of what the history of that vehicle. That's it, and of course it is an insight into the very large, very high proportion of veterans that are within the North Queensland community. These people, many of them are wearing medals of their own, and so it's not just the fact that they're here because of the vehicles, they're here because they've got their own story to tell as well. Next up, we move into a number of buses. One of these is the Totally and Permanently Disabled Ex-Service Persons Association. I've been past their site in Dean Park a couple of times recently and noticed a hive of activity, so they've been preparing, no doubt, for today for a number of weeks.
Interesting to note too, the membership is 480 in Townsville for
it's huge, isn't it?
Yes. Next is the National Servicemen's Association. Again, served between the years of 1951 and 1972. And they served in places like Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, proud members of the Townsville community, and have had many family ties at the parade.
And then in these next 2 vehicles, they're relatively unmarked compared to the ones that we've had before them, but these are the vehicles that are housing the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion representatives. And I know that amongst other things, the families are acknowledging today that there are a couple of surviving members of that battalion, and they're not here with us today, but they're talking about Private Awati Mao, who's on Thursday Island, and Private Mebai Warasam, who's on Saibai Island. So I think a very important day for the Torres Strait Island community, and acknowledging those people who are veterans and still with us today.
All right, and obviously we have the national flag and the New Zealand flag and the RSL flag going past now.
Good round of applause there. And interesting seeing Bill Whitburn, who up until recently was the president of the Townsville RSL, still very actively involved in the RSL, but I think he's enjoying himself out there carrying a flag rather than being involved in too much of the organisation and formalities.
Change of the guard. It's good to see he's walking.
He had a very big smile on his face.
The next one I think is very interesting, Pat. We mentioned it briefly before, the Vietnam veterans. They're marching as a group, and I did mention before that the daughter of Major George Constable, who was the commanding officer of 161 Recce Flight, was killed in action in Vietnam. It's a lot of old, everybody's there. The group has proudly answered the call when the government entered the conflict.
Once again, very good numbers along the Strand. You'll be hearing the rounds of applause coming.
Hello, Nicky.
And the crowd showing their appreciation and acknowledgement for these groups as they move through today. Also, John, again, very strong reports of crowds this morning at the dawn service. I was here at Anzac Park earlier on this morning. Different perspective for me this year. Usually I've been a little bit more involved and I've been basically side of stage where you're up close and you can see it all. Whereas this morning I came with my daughter and we stood up on the hill up towards Cleveland Terrace, if you're familiar with the geography in Townsville. And so people had brought some chairs, which is sensible because it's a fair bit of time to spend on your feet. Just a different experience being able to see the way that people are there with their families, and I think that's much more of a family experience up there.
What's pleasing to me, Pat, is over the last, I've been doing this now, I think with you for about the last 5 years, the amount of people that attend these and this commemoration is growing each year, and it's really pleasing to see. The next group we talked about earlier on, some in the vehicle. We now have
Here's the marching members, yes.
The Light Infantry Battalion. They're commemorating their 80th anniversary. And they were raised during World War II.
Let's have a listen to them. They're making some noise as they come past too. Fantastic. And here come the helicopters once again, the Chinooks and the Taipans.
Yeah, I must admit, Pat, I'm a bit partial to the Chinooks.
Oh, wow, John, I've got a shiver up my spine. You know, the timing is perfect. Now we see our serving men and women moving through. One RAR band out the front.
And also the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment. Commanding officer is Lieutenant Colonel Brett Hughes. The battalion is part of Free Brigade, and it was formed in 1945, and it's been involved in most of our conflicts. They've had awarded a US Victorious Units Commendation during their first tour of Vietnam, and the Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry awarded by the President of the Republic of Vietnam.
And their mascot, Septimus Quintus, here today too, hasn't been subject to disciplinary action, the Shetland pony, as has been the case a number of times in history.
It's also interesting to note too, Pat, that former commanding officers of one of the first Battalion Royal Australian Regiment, Sir Peter Cosgrove,
yes.
The Governor-General of Australia, the Honourable David Hurley, to name but a couple. The battalion also was one of the first to have a son and a father serve as commanding officers, different times obviously.
I can see some of the flags being flown very proudly here as these groups move through as well. had been suggested that there may not be quite as many serving men and women here marching today. I've got to say this is still an impressive number that are moving through here in front of us this morning, John.
Oh, fantastic to see. And as I said, they've been involved with a lot of the humanitarian and a lot of other activities. So to see them here today, proudly marching, is again fantastic to see.
That's right. Well, we know we've had 12 months of natural disasters, and these people who we see today are very much on the front line if the ADF is called upon to assist in those situations.
Yeah, and Somalia being one of those.
Yes, of course.
Where they, in the past, they went over and acted over there in Somalia. The next we have is the RAF contingent, which is a large contingent this year, which is good to see.
There are a number of groups within this, of course.
Yes, 383 Squadron, 27 Squadron, which is Townsville Zone, 65 Squadron, 452 and 1 EHS Squadron, hybrid mixed. This squadron, 383 Squadron, deployed to Timor in 1999, and they continue to provide service, obviously, including peacekeeping and humanitarian.
Then we have 27 Squadron, which is also known as the City of Townsville Squadron. So we couldn't have the parade without them, I don't think.
Yes, and they're involved with the Air Force engineering airfield and explosive ordnance capabilities.
Now, I've lost track. I should know which group the dogs belong to, but there are a number of the German Shepherds that we can see being marched along here as well, that are not just for show, they are very much involved in Air Force operations,
yes,
and primarily securing the base. Yes,
yep, security.
So we've had 383, we had 27, and then we had 65 Airbase Recovery Squadron, and as you mentioned, 452 Squadron, and number 1 Expeditionary Health Squadron, making up the contingent for the Royal Australian Air Force here today. We are with you on the Strand in Townsville, of course Australia's largest garrison city, and home to not just a large defence population, but a large veteran population as well.
I'd just like to also add to that another bit of history. The 452 Squadron, number 1 Expeditionary Health Squadron, that squadron was the first Australian squadron to form in Britain. It operated the Spitfire, with the squadron becoming operational in 1941.
We have one of our veterans getting a special round of applause.
Well, next we have coming down the RSL Club Memorial Pipes and Drums. They were formed in 1978 and modelled in a military-style band as befit the RSL Club representation. The striking blue tartan is proudly worn for Highland dress.
It's just a small break in the proceedings here as the march works its way along the Strand. And I should mention, in addition to being here with you on the Strand today, if you've got people who are out of town and would like to know what's going on, they can be listening on ABC North Queensland, where this is being broadcast, and also on a special Anzac Day channel on the ABC Listen app.
I mean, there's nothing more stirring, Pat, on any parade as pipes and drums.
Most definitely. I was impressed even more than usual at the dawn service this morning by the standard of the singing, the pipes, and also the last post, which my daughter told me might have been on a horn rather than a bugle, but I'm not going to get into the technicalities of that.
Behind them, the Navy contingent.
Next, we move into various groups here. I think we've got the signalers coming up, but got a feeling this might be... it is the signalers, yes.
No, I think you'll find here there's the black hats. They've already just gone past with the distinguished black hat. Now we've got the Royal Australian Regiment.
So we've got 2-4 coming through, 2-4 Battalion Association. They are followed by the 1st Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment Association and the 2nd Royal Australian Regiment Association, 2nd Battalion.
And you'll notice with their banners that they're portraying, Pat, just the amount of areas that they've been on active service.
The number of deployments they've had.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see Japan, Malaya, you know,
Second
Borneo,
attempt, yes.
Rwanda, as we move into some of those more recent deployments. East Timor, Iraq, all being noted there. We've got the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment coming through for us now.
And their nickname is Old Faithful. Was earned during 4 years of deployment to Korea in the 1950s. And they also have their pipes and drums. This is an interesting one. The next one, Pat, is the Australian Rifle Company Butterworth, commonly known as the RCB. They've had operational deployment of the Australian Infantry Rifle Company from 1968 to 1969 and from 1907 to the end of the conflict in 1989. Approximately 9,000 troops, mainly drawn from the regular army battalions, served during their rotation for a 19-year-long deployment overall.
And we've also had coming through the Army Aviation Regiment. We've just had the 30 Terminal Squadron, the Termites, come through.
Yep.
And I think I've missed one of those groups. We've got the Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, so I can probably piece that together. That might be the Health Service Veterans that we had come through there. There were a number of groups that were quite close together. A bit hard to stay on top of them all when they're moving through quite so quickly.
Well, it's interesting with our Ramey brethren here. They serve in support all. We wouldn't have our vehicles driving, our aircraft flying, etc., without the expertise of these people.
And always very well represented on Anzac Day.
Yes.
With a very strong contingent.
There's a mate of mine, Mr. Chambers.
So 9th Division there. We've also got the Military Police coming through, again with a very healthy contingent.
Yes. Now, Military Police, first in, first out, they don't just chase baddies, as we put it. They do a lot of stuff. They do a lot of road points, and they're very necessary right across defence.
That's right, maintaining the security and allowing everyone else to get on with their job. We've got the Royal Australian Army Medical Corps and the Royal Australian Army Nursing Corps marching as one here today. And then we have the Nashos. The RAF Association coming through, and they go back to 26th of February 1920 when the veterans of the Australian Flying Corps in the aftermath of the Great War agreed to establish an association with the aim of keeping their colleagues together and to raise funds for supporting their colleagues and members who required assistance. The Women's Veterans Network of Australia is the next one that we've got coming up.
Yes, they support the organisations and help veterans and intend to work together to establish peer support, focus on the special health well-being of needs of women veterans.
As you may have guessed, that's another one of the bands coming through, the Townsville Brass Band, the Citizens Band Association, and they are leading through our Defence Cadets. First of all, we've got the Naval Cadets from the TS Coral Sea. We have the Australian Army Cadets moving through, and
15th and the It's interesting to note with the Army Cadet program, there's over 18,000 young adults aged between 13 and 18 from all different backgrounds, supported by the ADF.
And quite a few of the 101 Squadron Air Force cadets here today.
Yes, the Townsville Greek community always marches every year, and they have a fantastic background in Townsville, going back to the 1900s. We're proud to once again marching in honour of those who served.
Indeed. So we're moving into the community groups now, which is the next phase of our parade here in Townsville for Anzac Day. So we've had the Greek community group, Alliance Française, here once again and again. Nice to see the flags being flown from the different countries that have been involved at different times. As you say, we've talked a fair bit today about the Anzac history and the legacy of that, but part of that story is people being evacuated to Greece, for example, and those connections are maintained. Of course, France and those battlefields are synonymous with the Australian military history from the war years as well.
One we probably missed, Pat, and I didn't see, but the Oasis Townsville, they were part of the community group. They've just been raised, and they're performing planning linkages programs, employment and education programs, and connections programs for our servicemen and women. Excellent.
Indeed. So we've had the Girl Guides come through, celebrating 100 years since their first meeting at St Anne's School in the city, which is a significant milestone for them. Then we have the Scouts. Sorry, I've misread their sign. We've got the Scots, not the Scouts.
Oh, we've
Slight
forgotten.
difference between the two.
We've forgotten the Scots now. You're going to be in deep trouble, Pat.
I've been told I'm in big trouble. There you go. That's what's going to happen. Some period costume coming through, and this is the people who are representing the Townsville University Hospital. Once again, serving our nation today. And then the schools, starting with St Joseph's on the Strand. All the kids being told to take their hats off as they move past the official party as a sign of respect.
It's interesting, Pat. We have over 30 schools participating in this march today. And there's, I believe, about 50 from each school. And you'll notice when you look and you see them march past, some of them are wearing poppies and their dad's medals, granddad's medals. And it's always good to see a representation of our younger generation showing the respect on this most important day. Again, lockdown, but some of the schools have a unique history with Townsville dating back to the 1880s, 1860s in fact. And they're also involved, some of the schools were used in various staging camps and hospitals, headquarters throughout World War II.
Indeed. We've had the Annandale, some of these groups are slightly out of order. So we've had the Annandale Christian College come through, and then they're followed by St John Ambulance, and now we've got the Scouts. But just looking down the Strand, there's a massive crowd of people coming towards us. We've got all these school children coming through, and following them inevitably is going to be their parents who are coming to make sure that they are ready to collect them at the other end when the parade is over, when they move through to Anzac Park, which is not too far from where we are here. So the parade starts in Strand Park, which is about halfway along the Strand in Townsville, and concludes in Anzac Park.
It's interesting, the two schools went past have been recently formed. The Belgian Garden State School was formed in 1887, and Townsville North State School, situated in German Gardens. This suburb was named during the Great War in honour of a small and gallant nation, Belgium, who was our ally.
That's right. Like many of the schools that are marching here today, they've got strong connections to the military, even being used as different logistical bases and accommodation for not just Australian but Allied forces when they were here during World War II. Numerous schools moving through. We've had Woolgaroo State School, Thuringower State High School. As you say, Belgian Gardens, Marion has gone through, and I think this might be Cranbrook in front of us now.
Yes, yes.
Cranbrook State School.
And then you've got William Ross High School, and they're just situated opposite Laverack Barracks, so there's quite a few defence children attend that school.
And this band from William Ross.
Calvary Christian College.
Just looking down, seeing one of the kids carrying a photo. photo of, no doubt a family connection, a grandfather, something along those lines.
Oh, there's one young lass there. She's got a series of medals, one on the right-hand side from her, I would think, Rugleys, maybe a father, grandfather.
Northern Beaches State High School, one of the newer schools in Townsville, having only opened in 1997, but again, very significant defence contingent living in the Northern Beaches area of Townsville. So a lot of defence families sending their kids to that school.
Again, their core values, respect, responsibility and resilience. That sort of reminds me of something we said at the start with those values. It's very important.
And then we have, in the neighbouring area, the Bowley State School, which is one of the primary schools that would no doubt be feeding into Northern Beaches.
You know, that was built in 1911, Pat, so they have a very long history too.
Townsville Grammar School are coming next, and they have very deep links to the Australian Defence Force community. This is a school going back to the early days of Townsville, back to 1888, and students have served in all wars, which Australia has served in, and the school maintains that past, present and future connection to the Australian country and honours the veterans through the dawn service today, through to the march and other events that of course happen during the school year.
Ignatius Park honours those servicemen and women who serve their country. Their school values are current defence families and the ongoing commitment to continue to make our country safe. Again, you will see when all these school groups, the children are proudly wearing the medals of their forebears.
Another one in particular that hasn't had to travel too far today is St Patrick's College, which I can just about see from where we are here, located on the Strand in Townsville. And this is, again, a school that goes back to the early years of Townsville's establishment, 1878, making some of its buildings among the oldest in Townsville. And they've got some pretty good historic photos of the Strand with their buildings there, and not much else is recognisable today. Looks very different. We have the Annandale State School. We move back across town. Again, this is one of those schools that is alongside or essentially adjacent to Laverack Barracks. Again, a lot of defence families. We could say much the same for Southern Cross Catholic College, which is basically next door. They've brought some of their students today with the instruments too.
Townsville State High School coming through. They've provided education since 1924, and they work closely with the 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment and its community. Again, just note the medals that are being worn by some of these children.
Townsville South State School. I can see some familiar faces down there, including my younger daughter is one of them. But I know the Mud Pickers have a very strong history, and their school was used to house the American troops during the Second War. Railway Estate State School, another school again that was very much drawn in and a useful asset to have during those war years.
Interesting, Pat. They were formed in 1916, and in World War II, the students regularly had air raid practices, even dug slip trenches, and the students in the yard of the school.
St Margaret Mary's is the next cab off the rank. Started as a primary school in 1936. These days, of course, we know it as a high school for girls, and celebrating a 60th anniversary in 2023.
And following on behind them, Pat, is Currajong State School. They're celebrating their 70th anniversary next year.
And I should say, 60th anniversary, the maths don't quite add up there, but the 60th anniversary of them being a secondary college is what they're celebrating this year at Margaret Mary's. Just in case you were going to run the numbers on me there, John.
No, I wouldn't do that, Pat. You've done the one with the Scottish contingent, so I'm not saying any more.
Currajong State School coming through now. Good number of kids here today. Once again, I can see some arts and crafts that have been done with the poppies that the kids are wearing. Theme for many of the schools, we've seen that in quite a few of them, but I can definitely see that happening with this school in particular. As you say, Australian flags being waved. We've got the medals from the forebears, the people who've been in the family who've passed them on to the next generation.
One of Munningborough State Schools, one of the oldest schools, formed in 1884 and has a long association with Defence Force families, as with all the schools, as I mentioned earlier, with us being a garrison city.
St Joseph's Catholic School at Munningborough. Proud to say they've supported generations of families. Townsville Central State School, another one of the close to home ones. They are relatively close to where we are here, and in fact remains the oldest school in Townsville. So it's a significant claim to fame, especially for a relatively small school.
Cathedral School of St Anne's and St James. They were established in 1917 as a Church of England girls' school.
And that's them with the drums. Townsville West State School, another one of the older schools that was established in those older suburbs of Townsville at West End. So 1887 is where the history goes back to. We also have Hermit Park State School. Similar story. This one from 1924, but again it's in one of those more established Townsville suburbs.
And they celebrate their 100th year next year, Pat.
Holy Spirit Catholic School, always standing out from the crowd in their distinctive uniforms.
It's interesting to note with the Holy Spirit, during World War II, the United States 13th Station Hospital was based where the school now stands.
We've got Anoomba State School. A lot of kids from Anoomba this year.
Oh, it's good to see.
Garbutt State School, if you have a look at the school logo, you'll see that it's got the fighter jet on it. Of course, it's adjacent to what was once upon a time known as RAF Base Garbutt, but known as Royal Australian Air Force Base Townsville these days.
And that fighter jet motive has the motto, "We aim high."
Pimlico State High School coming through. 1,700 students strong. They're not all here today, but there is certainly a good number of them, including those on the drums.
The next group, Pat, is the emergency services, and as I said in that, the values of Anzac. There's a lot of ex-servicemen, but these organisations fulfil, I believe, those values. First being the Queensland Fire and Emergency Service, the primary provider of fire and rescue.
And of course the Sallyman from the Salvation Army is leading them, this contingent of the emergency services, as you say. So we've got a number of different groups here. That includes Oak Valley Rural Fire Brigade. We've got Aviation Rescue Firefighting, Queensland Police, of course. We haven't seen them just yet, but they traditionally, as you would expect, they close the parade because some of them are here just to march, but I think quite a few of them are actually working today actively as well. They've got a job to do, so that's usually why they bring up the tail end of the parade. But I can see here we've got a marine rescue vehicle of some sort. That'd be the Oak Valley Rural Fire Brigade truck that we can see coming through. And
you also see the boating aspect of it too. So they're not just on land, they're on sea also.
That's right, both for the SES and for the fire is a very significant part of their work. Unfortunately, is the swiftwater rescues that can be unfortunately required during wet season. It's a good reminder, actually, that it'd be nice if we didn't have to call them out there, especially with that message of driving through flooded water and what have you. So a good reminder of that. We've got the civilian firefighters here in their red truck, following up the rural fire service in their, do we call it yellow or orange truck? Probably yellow.
Oh, I think yellow, but just don't make you say now he's pointing the cannon at you.
This is what I worry about, because this is the aviation firefighters that are coming through next, and they've got their truck, and that's more of a fluoro yellow. So it's different to the rural fire yellow. I can see Chris there behind the driver's wheel, actually. I'll have to follow up with him about that pointing of the cannon later on, although that's probably someone else's problem.
And obviously we have the Queensland Police Service, and they do a magnificent job, a hard job. military police vehicle.
Nice of them to provide us some sound effects. And now they're returning fire from the other end.
Yes.
Nicely done. So good to see once again we've got some appreciation being shown by the large numbers of people here today. This is, I guess, the peak of the crowd. We've had the crowd massing at Strand Park initially. That's where they form up, the groups assemble themselves and they march towards Anzac Park. So you'll have the people along the parade coming through together. So you've got the marchers and then all the accompanying, especially parents who've got children marching. So essentially the people who are here to watch the parade all along are still here, in addition to those groups who've all culminated here.
And I must pass on my thanks and congratulations to the Parade Master, Warrant Officer Anthony Horton. It would be really difficult at that end. It'd be like herding sheep to get them all lined up and to get them to step off at the correct time, so well done.
Most definitely. And the sun has largely come out now, so once again, if anyone's taking photographs to commemorate today here in Townsville, especially if they got some of those good photos with the aircraft flying over the top, those helicopters. It was quite an impressive sight, being able to see it in a bit more slow motion than we've had in previous years with the fixed-wing aircraft. So you get that slow movement of the aircraft, in addition to seeing the parade marching out in front of us. From our vantage point, quite spectacular and quite memorable.
And I also think it was good this year too, Pat. We had, I think, a larger contingent of our RAF personnel and the individual units, and they play an important part. As this, again, I'll repeat, Garrison City is not just Army, it's Air Force and some element of Navy, but Navy's mostly located in Cairns, but they all do the same job to help defend our country.
Most definitely they do. John, as you mentioned, Army Museum North Queensland, at the other end of the Strand from us, at Jazeen Barracks, is open today until 1 o'clock. So,
no, in fact, no, they're doing special opening today, Pat. They're going to be open from 10 this morning after the march, hence, and open till 2 o'clock.
Till 2, sorry.
And I remind people that there's a fantastic display down there of the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion, among all the other displays of Army in North Queensland history.
Indeed. What's next for you, John? I know a lot of veterans, of course, heading to RSLs and what have you to continue. I guess the debrief, perhaps, is the way to put it. This is the formal part of today that has now been concluded, but it's the less formal part that now goes on. You know, the opportunity for some tour or different traditions that different groups might have to be observed.
And look, I think it's very important, the RSL Club plays a significant part, huge part in this. All the various beverage houses, I will call them, will be open, and I think it's a time for our veterans to get together, remember lost friends, and commemorate this most important day. Tell some old war stories, why not?
Must be done.
But that camaraderie is there, and with Townsville, it's alive and well. I congratulate the city on its attendance today.
Yeah, as always, the RSL and the Townsville City Council working very closely together to bring these Anzac Day events together and to make it all possible. It's not the sort of thing that happens by accident, and of course relies extremely heavily on the contribution and the participation of all of the groups, primarily the Australian Defence Force, but all of the supporting groups, the veterans groups. A huge amount of effort and organisation goes into making today happen.
Totally agree, Pat. Now, it's been a pleasure once again to have this time to be here with you and to place commentary on this fantastic day.
Indeed. John, it has been a pleasure to be here with you as well. Thank you very much for your insights and your expertise, because without you, I can tell you, it'd be a lot of reading and not much analysis or expertise. So it is wonderful to be able to have you making that valuable contribution for us today.
And thank you, Pat. You keep me in line. That's probably the hardest thing.
Well, hopefully we do a bit of that to each other. I'm going to hand you now back to ABC North Queensland's Michael Clark.